Hello, everyone. Hello. Quiet, no jump scare. Okay. How is everyone today? I whispered so that I wouldn't be too loud. Oh, whoa. Oh, hold on. It's the YouTube live stream. I hear it in my own ears. There we go. Look, it's not a game accessibility conference until I have an audio issue in the live stream. There we go. All right. So, actually, that's a great way to start. Let's talk about viewing experience in the live stream. Hello everyone. My name is Tara. I am your host for today for the Game Accessibility Conference. I'm the co-director along with Ian Hamilton, who's doing everything behind the scenes. So, our recommended way to watch this event is on this Zoom webinar. That way, you'll always be able to see our BSL interpreters, which we'll have, and on Zoom, you can adjust their size. So if you would like them to be bigger, you'll be able to see that as well. They will be there the entire time, and you will also have the ability to customize your caption display and move it around the screen within Zoom. So this is how we recommend that you watch it. If for some reason you're not able to watch live or Zoom webinar isn't something that works for you, we will also have this live stream to YouTube. So you're able to watch it there as well. It will have the captions, but for most of the videos, you won't be able to see the BSL interpreters for that live stream. So again, Zoom primary experience, YouTube there as a backup. Now, we are going to be having the whole event today on Zoom, and so you will have all of the videos right here, but as I'm sure you've already noticed, all of the networking, Q&A, and discussions will be happening in Discord. So I can already see you. I have another laptop off to the side. Uh, this is where I see you chat. I can already see everyone getting in there, chatting. Um, Thank you for saying I have nice hair. I appreciate you. So how this works if you're new to the Discord, so we have a few general channels for the event. We have the general chat, we have business, if you have wares to sell or services to provide. My favorite, snacks and beverages, where I do hope to see all of your amazing food stuff that you're eating throughout the day, especially since we're at home. I am currently having my early morning tea because it is early morning. I am still hosting this event from my house in America. It is 2 a.m. We also have several ones that are just for fun. So in addition to the snacks and beverages, we also have show us your threads, show us the cool outfits you're wearing. I, no surprise here, am wearing an Alan Wake t-shirt. But we also have channels for each individual talk. So as we go throughout the day, we will start by talking in the first channel, and each channel is named respective to the talk. So any questions related to that channel, comments on anything on the content, put it in there. And then as we move to the next talk, we'll move to the next channel. That does mean if you want to carry on the conversation about a previous talk, you just go to the previous channel and you'll just always be on topic. Now, with that, before we officially get started, I wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to be here and joining us for another fully remote edition of the conference. We know that right now that it is a hard time economically. We know that in the gaming industry, there has been a lot of layoffs and even sponsorships have been a little harder to get than before. And especially with now rising gas prices across the globe, we felt that this was not the time to ask people to travel, to come and spend money to hang out with us when we knew from previous experience that we've been able to do fantastic networking and still give great content fully online. That being said, we do still plan to have an in-person event in Brighton alongside Develop this summer, but much, much smaller and much more scaled down. Now, even bringing you this event does still cost money. And so, again, we would like to thank all of our sponsors who are able to make this free to attend and help us make sure this event is as accessible as possible. So, I would like to thank our sponsors, gold sponsor of Sony Interactive Entertainment, our silver sponsors of Xbox and Rockstar, and our bronze sponsors of Ubisoft, Tencent, Reed Speaker, Electronic Arts, Descriptive Video Works, Lucid, and Shara. Now, with that, we are ready to kick this conference off the exact same way we always do, and that is handing it over to my co-director, co-conspirator, partner in crime, Ian Hamilton, for our news update, where we get to hear everything that's gone down in game accessibility in the last 6 months. So, let's check it out. Fantastic way to start the day.
Hello everyone, I'm Ian. I am an accessibility specialist and amongst other things I also help to organise GaConf. Each edition of the event always starts with a news update, a look at some examples of the progress that we've seen in the 6 months since the previous edition back in October. Every time I do one of these, I start out wondering if there'll be enough to fill the space, but once you look at the whole 6 months together, there's always a ton. So even though I'm just giving some highlights, it's still going to be quite a big info dump. Don't feel like you need to keep any notes or look things up though, because at the end, I will give you a document that has links to everything that I am mentioning today. I've grouped it into 6 topics: assistive tech, resources for players, resources for devs, events, games, and people. So first up, assistive tech, innovations in hardware and software that sit outside of the games themselves. We're starting off with a farewell. Warfighter Engaged has closed their doors after 14 years. Their work in assistive tech and occupational therapy leaves a huge legacy, from the thousands of people that they've directly helped through to being the primary collaborator on the creation of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. And their former staff, Caitlin Jones and Eric Johnson, are of course still blazing the trail at Xbox and in the occupational therapy field, respectively. There have been some new things too, like the launch of the Glider, which is an input device that maps foot movements to mouse and keyboard controls. BioWave released the award-winning Proteus Builder, which is a simplified single-stick version of their modular Proteus controller that can be housed in a desk-mounted shell for use either on its own or paired with another device like a mouse. And not content with that alone, they've also pushed out their Akimbo firmware update, allowing components to be split across 2 controller setups running as a single input device through the same dongle. Logitech designed and published files to 3D print adaptive attachments to make their lightweight Pebble mouse more accessible for a range of different needs. And there have been some upgrades over in console land too, with the PlayStation Portal adding adjustable text size and a screen reader, and the Switch 2 adding Japanese predictive text narration, upgrading its screen reader to support 400% speed, and expanding that screen reader to cover first boot, together with a support guide to walk blind customers through setting up their console for the first time. It's always great to hear about progress from Nintendo, and I think in this presentation they are mentioned more often than they ever have been before. So on that note, next up we have resources, starting with resources for players and continuing with the Nintendo theme. The Kirby Air Riders Nintendo Direct stream had a whole segment dedicated specifically to accessibility. Showcasing accessibility in this way is a first for Nintendo and still a really rare occurrence across the whole industry. Keeper also got in on the video announcement game for the addition of their configurable gameplay high contrast settings. With the announcement itself having the high contrast modes applied to Lee Petty, the chap who's making the announcement. So here he is in rather fetching green with a nice thick white outline applied. It's easy to forget when you are neck deep in the day-to-day grind that what we're all ultimately working towards is bringing more joy to more people. And I thought the fun way this announcement was handled was a nice reminder of that. There was the relaunch of Cameron Ackett's BSLGG, a community-built British Sign Language glossary of gaming terms, created by deaf game developers and gamers alike. In response to hearing that gamers had trouble finding content creators who either streamed in an accessible way or streamed about accessibility, Able to Play have launched their Discover Creators function, letting you browse creators based on a whole bunch of accessibility tags. And on the topic of tags, Steam updated theirs. They still have a way to go. The differences between Steam's and AGI's are still causing some real headaches, but the refinements they made in this iteration are a good step forward, clearing up some common ambiguities. And Steam have done something else too. When you request a refund, you are given a drop-down to choose why. And they've now added an option labelled "It's missing accessibility features I need." Players don't always select these accurately, of course, but even if caveated, I think devs being able to have access to a data point like this is pretty cool. Next up, we're still on resources, this time for developers, and over the past 6 months there has been nothing short of a deluge. So to kick it off, first up, Can I Play That launched Community Voices, an editorial series of feature interviews from prominent people in the community sharing their lived experience. Fontic, which is EA's free text accessibility evaluation tool, had a nice upgrade that lets the existing automated contrast checks be performed under color blindness simulation. That actually arrived as part of another expansion to EA's patent pledge, making a bunch more of their patents free for everyone else to use, covering things like methods of generating synthesized speech. The Accessible Games Initiative too have been busy putting out documentation. Firstly, implementation guides for people wanting to integrate the accessibility tags into their own storefronts. And secondly, web-based developer documentation to help teams understand the criteria behind when and why tags do or don't apply to games. Xbox were, of course, the first company to get the AGI tags up on their storefront, and they have been showing some data on them. So if a game has enough tags, it's displayed on a dedicated page on the Xbox Store reserved for games that have the most tags. And when players look at a game through that page, 10% of them then buy the game, which is multiples higher than what you normally see from digital storefronts. And if you like data like that, I put together a little collection covering not just general business case data like that, but also lots of specific feature usage data from games too. And some important caveats and cautions about what you can and can't conclude from data, and the circumstances around why people even ask for it in the first place. And again, there'll be a link to that resource alongside links to everything else in the talk given to you in the document at the end. Elsewhere, the American Council of the Blind published their draft guidance for gaming audio description. Audio description meaning an optional recorded audio track that narrates what's happening visually. The document is open for public comment, so please go and hit them up. Closer to home, Abertay University in Scotland, in collaboration with the RNIB, produced a detailed report on accessibility of XR games, including some proposed guidelines. And the RNIB themselves updated their own public guidelines on making mainstream games accessible to blind players. An enormous resource was published by Inclusive Game Lab, which is part of the TH Köln University in Germany. It's a set of open educational resources on game accessibility, aimed primarily at educators in Germany to build accessibility content into their game dev degrees from, but it also has some of the content available in English aimed at the international game development community. Next, from We In Games in Finland, and from Leisha Pren specifically, who I'm sure many of you know, we have a set of guidelines for making studio office environments accessible to disabled staff. And also out of Finland, a document with a stack of guidance for organisers of esports events on how to make those events accessible to disabled competitors and disabled audiences. Which brings me neatly on to events themselves. Firstly, still on that same topic, there was a whole conference on esports accessibility, the Adaptive Esports Summit in South Korea. There's a few familiar faces in there: Jordan, Tulai, Bryce. I swear Bryce Johnson's beard gets even more epic every time I see a photo of him. And an esports adjacent event, Games Done Quick's Disability and Neurodivergent Special, acting both as a fundraiser for the Autistic Women Non-Binary Network and as a highly accessible event showcasing how it can be done. It was really spectacular work by Jada and Madeline, ranging from no restrictions on input devices to participants able to take part from home, all the way through to a commentary buddy system for participants who are less able to or less comfortable with communicating verbally. And spoiler time, they will be giving a talk about it at the GaConf USA event later this year. Seattle Indies ran an in-person Games for Blind Gamers event back in January with a bunch of game developers, accessibility professionals, and members of the blind and low vision community coming together for demos and talks, with a push out to the fifth edition of the Games for Blind Gamers hackathon. University College London hosted a game accessibility mini conference, the Game Accessibility Day, back in November. It was held under the banner of GAIN, the Game Accessibility Innovation Network, which is an initiative to build links between academia and industry. And then came the sequel, the Game Accessibility Symposium, held in partnership with RNIB. This was a larger 3-day long event encompassing talks, panels, and a game jam. And it's hot off the press. It actually was running from Wednesday to Friday just last week. There's been a whole bunch of progress on a different type of event too, award ceremonies. BAFTA have taken a step forwards with their 26 awards just a week ago, now including accessibility specialists on the panels for individual categories, to make sure that accessibility is a factor that is taken into account when deciding the winners of things like technical excellence. And some have taken it further still. The Canadian Game Awards just announced their new Innovation in Accessibility category. The PlayStation Partner Awards Japan Asia did the same, the first regional industry accessibility awards in Asia, I believe. They only have 5 categories in those awards, and one of them is now accessibility. And it didn't stop there. The Algeria Game Awards the Game Audio Network Guild Awards, the Roblox Creator Awards, and the American Council of the Blind's Audio Description Awards Gala all added new categories for game accessibility in this winter's awards season. That means there are now over 30 different awards ceremonies celebrating people and companies that are pushing the bar for game accessibility. And they're diversified too. There's lots of regional ones for specific countries like France, Spain, the UK, New Zealand. Specific platforms for mobile, for Playdate. Multiple different awards for accessibility in indie games. For games made by students, for most accessible horror games. Which is awesome. Every bit more diversification like that means the stellar work of even more contributors to the field gets to be called out and recognised and celebrated. But it's increasingly hard to keep track of, though. So wouldn't it be nice if somebody was to make a handy spreadsheet of every awards ceremony together with the relevant dates, whether they take submissions, whether there's an entry fee, who the past winners were? Well, here you go. Some kind soul has done it for you. The info I made it from is from 2025, but I am trying to keep it up to date as time goes on. Awards can be hugely powerful things, not just from a personal recognition side, but for things like team motivation and even ammo for internal politicking too. And the only way to guarantee you won't win is to not enter. So please, please make use of the info in this sheet. That winners column of that sheet was obviously packed full of awesome games doing awesome things. So this next section here is where I get to go into a bit more detail on that and list just a few of the great releases from the past 6 months. This is where it does get a bit intense. It's going to be a really quick barrage of loads of names. But again, they'll all be included in that document at the end, which also has links to exactly what each one has done, and also lists a whole bunch of other games that I don't have time to mention in the talk today. So please check them out. There's a great wealth of examples to learn from and be inspired by. And also, they're all great contacts to drop a line to as well. Starting with AAA, so games with bigger teams, bigger budgets. There's been quite a big uptick here in the past 6 months with good efforts from games like Battlefield 6, Black Ops 7, Ghost of Yotei, Resident Evil Requiem, Anno 117, Keeper, Ninja Gaiden 4, Pragmata, Code Vein 2. Milestone actually hitting twice with Ride 6 and particularly Screamer, with a whole bunch of things from game speed to even one-handed controls, which for a game that's all about its innovative twin stick steering mechanism is a pretty big deal. And a bunch of Nintendo exclusives and first parties doing nice things too. Kirby Air Riders, like I mentioned before, Metroid Prime 4, Pokemon Pokopia, Mario Tennis Fever. And vast amounts of indies and AA efforts too, from games like Starship Troopers Ultimate Bug War, Art of Flora, Angry Birds Play and Learn, Cairn, High on Life 2, Life is Strange Reunion. Rhythm fans have been eating well between Rhythm Doctor, Bits and Bops, and Agents of Groove. And more still like God of War, Sons of Sparta, Hermit and Pig, Chromagun 2, Fishbowl, Unseen Diplomacy 2, Absalom, Dungeon Gals, Adventure to Fate Dungeons. A very cool project called An Unplayable Game, which you will be hearing more about this afternoon. And tons more, again, some of which are in the doc at the end. Lots and lots of post-launch incremental upgrades too, covering everything from Plants vs. Zombies new game speed setting to Pivot of Heart's blind accessibility update, from Crimson Desert's text size settings all the way through to Avowed's custom game modes. and many more in games like Ghost of Yotai, Chronos New Dawn, Retro Rapid, Dimensional Double Shift, Constance, Clair Obscure, Wuthering Waves, Abiotic Factor, Slay the Spire 2, Black Ops 7, Keeper, 2XKO, World of Warcraft, and, of course, as always, Sea of Thieves. And there's also been a sudden rash of mods to make a wide range of mainstream games from Hades 2 to Final Fantasy fully blind accessible. And these mods all have something in common. They're all made by players and all using tools like Melon Loader in conjunction with Claude. This is a very interesting development with a whole bunch of caveats and implications, which we'll be hearing about directly from the blind people who've been making them in the panel after lunch today. And ever more developers taking the opportunity of remakes, remasters, and ports to upgrade accessibility so they can continue to reach OG players who are now older with different capabilities and also be able to reach new audiences too. Games like Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Super Mario Galaxy 1+2, Tales of Xillia Remastered, Tales of Berseria Remastered, and Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. So that brings me on to the final topic, the people who make it all happen. The redundancies across the industry have continued apace, meaning we've continued to lose allies. And we've actually had a retiree too. Brandon Zahand, who has been a stalwart of game accessibility for decades, is hanging up his hat and moving on to new pastures outside of game dev and accessibility. If you're not familiar with his work and the impact he's had, there's a link to his announcement in the document. And if you look at all the replies to his announcement, that will start to give you a taste. But in terms of dedicated full-time specialists, we've been at least a little bit sheltered from the wider industry picture. We have lost some, but the overall numbers are still staying relatively stable. So bearing in mind that we've lost some, for the numbers staying stable to be true, that means we have people in new, dedicated, full-time game accessibility positions to welcome to the field. We have Alex Dobre, Accessibility Specialist at EA, and Belly Alvarez, Accessibility Manager, also at EA. The third person here is Olivia Romanovich. She actually wasn't hired into a full-time role. She was taken on by Manycats as an intern. And as well as the Manycats internship, Alex Dobre at EA is a junior, meaning over the past 6 months, 2/3 of the new positions have been entry level. This is awesome to see, and actually also a really good indicator of the field maturing. And EA have another new starter too. Ollie Baker. Morgan Baker, EA's Accessibility Director, is now back from maternity leave after welcoming another accessibility champ into the world. And while we are on the positive vibes, I have one last thing to wrap up with. So this is a game from a Canadian studio called Capybara Games. Two of the developers there, John and Vic, were given an opportunity to work on a passion project. And they had some common ground between them of both having children who use AAC, which means alternative and augmentative communication aids. So communication tools used by people who have difficulty communicating verbally. So they decided to build a game around their shared experiences in the form of a cozy game about making friends at summer camp. You can see two different forms of AAC here. So there's the eye gaze grid used by the NPC girl in the wheelchair on the left, and also the symbol binder on the right, which is used by you as the player. It's a really beautiful piece of work. The game is called Find Your Words. It has just been released on Steam and it is totally free, although they offer a supporter pack too. So on that lovely note, all that's left for me now is to finally share that link dump document, which contains everything from this talk, plus some more things too. You can find that at tinyurl.com GaConf APR26, so tinyurl.com/GaConf APR26. I hope the talks, the discussions on Discord, and the connections you make are both insightful and energizing. And I'll be back again in another 6 months' time with another update. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Of course, we always love to start the day with the news update because I think it's really easy as we are all doing our own jobs, whether our day job is accessibility or not, to sometimes lose track of the bigger picture and where we are and the work happening around us. Especially with the last year in the state of the gaming industry, it can be easy to kind of be in a solemn place. And so being able to see all of this goodness literally, I mean, it's not even all of it. You have to go to Ian's spreadsheet, and that's literally just what Ian can find, right? There's so much good work that's happening. And, of course, it's always full of great facts from the 10% conversion rate on tags to the over 30 events that had accessibility as part of the award. And I will say, for those of you who don't know, I am a British dual citizen, although I was clearly raised in America. And being able to be a part of the BAFTA awards and being one of the jurors meant a lot to me and did really help me get some clout with my English family. So, I felt I was proving my heritage there. But I also want to call out again that the game that everyone was saying in Discord made them cry is free. It is free 99, folks. So if you're looking for something to do after the conference, you've got that. Now, we did get a little bit late of a head start, so we're going to shorten this break just a little bit to stay on schedule, but we will still be back at 10:50. So I will see you then. So please enjoy the short break. All right. Oh, everyone, please meet Penny, the Australian Shepherd. Uh, Last time we had a GaConf where I hosted from my house. We did not have her yet. There might have been a few of you who got to meet her at a US event, but she's very confused as to why I'm awake. But I wanted to take the time to introduce her. So she's a tri-colored, so black, brown, and white Aussie Shepherd on a big, fluffy, pink princess bed. And I realized she was behind me because she dropped a toy and it was loud. So if you hear a thud, that is Penny Pup. So, welcome back for our next video. Um, oh, actually, let's see. I am not seeing the captions. Let's see. Try on my second device. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing the captions. Okay, our captioner is saying, hold on 1 second. Okay, we are going to pivot our caption tech. Hold on 1 second. And I will type this in the chat for those who don't know BSL but can't hear me. Additionally, if we have problems that arise in the future, to get attention from one of the staff members, please tag Max V in Discord, and he will be your primary tech person to get this up to date. And again, I will type this in case you cannot hear me and do not know BSL. Oh, okay, wait, I'm seeing the captions. Think we're all right. Okay. Thank you so much. We will always take the time to be a couple of minutes behind schedule to make sure that we have an accessible experience for all of our participants and members. So thank you so much. So with that, we will dive right into the next talk. There's nothing more wonderful than an indie game that takes the time to be accessible. And this next video is all about how the art of fauna made that happen. Let's check it out.
Hi, my name is Clemens. I am an indie developer from Graz in Austria, and I've been doing indie apps and games for over 11 years now. But for most of my career, I developed those apps and games while I was fully employed with another company. Until last year, when I finally made the jump to go full indie to finish up one particular project, and that was Art of Fauna. And doing this jump was one of the best decisions in my professional career, because Art of Fauna last year won first the Apple Design Award in inclusivity, and then later this year the App Store Award in cultural impact. These are the only two awards that Apple gives out for apps and games. And while you might think that winning either of those two awards was the highlight of my professional career. The actual highlight was something much smaller, something much more personal, and I want to start this presentation by sharing this moment with you. It happened here. This is Apple Park, and I was there during WWDC 2025. This is the Worldwide Developers Conference where Apple always announces their newest technologies. And I was there discussing something with an engineer when suddenly somebody tapped on my shoulder. I turned around but didn't recognize their face. They pulled out their phone, showed it to me, and the phone read, "Hey, are you Clemens?" I was a little bit confused at that point, but I just nodded. They turned away again, typed something on their phone, and showed it again to me. It said, "Thank you so much for everything you do for accessibility. Me and my team at Apple appreciate how much you care." They pulled out this little accessibility pin, gave it to me, looked me in the eyes, and then just walked away. And while this might think like a very small thing, this tiny act of kindness just meant the world to me and left me completely stunned. But the person is right. I do care. I care a lot about making fun little games and apps that have a beautiful user interface and are just delightful to use. But I also care about adding stupid little things to my apps. Like here is Pocket Shelf that has a little card at the beginning when you finish the tutorial, and you can draw whatever you want on that card. Has absolutely no functional meaning, but it's just fun. And I care about my users, all of my users, no matter which assistive technology they are using. So I wanted to take this presentation to talk about caring and how it elevated Art of Fauna to the success that it has become. If you have never heard about Art of Fauna, let me give you a little bit of an introduction. Art of Fauna is a cozy puzzle game available for iPhone and iPad, and the core principle is very, very easy. You have a beautiful image, and it's split into pieces and you have to put it back together. So basically like a jigsaw puzzle game. And when you finished each puzzle, then you get a little information about the animal. On the back card is longer text about it, and you can read through that before you go to the next puzzle. Puzzles in Art of Fauna start out very, very easy. They get a little bit harder later on, and if you're very deeply into puzzle, there's even a mode where you can make them insanely hard. People often ask me where I get the art for Art of Fauna, if I drew that myself, if I have a huge art department, or if I'm using AI. I definitely didn't draw them myself, because otherwise they would look like this. And I also did not have an art department or using AI, because they would more look like this. Instead, Art of Fauna uses real images from real historical books from the 18th and 19th century. Those books were made for scientific studies back then, but since the people are long gone, these books are now available for free to use. And the company or the organization that makes them available free online is the Biodiversity Heritage Library. They work together with libraries and with other organizations and scan in those books and just make them available online. And because I got those books for free, I decided to give back a portion of every purchase to support wildlife conservation. And over the last year, I donated over 10,000 euros to 4 different organizations, and 2 of those let me know what they did with the money. So one of them bought land in the Austrian Alps and put 1,250 square meters of forest under protection, which is actually very close to a piece of land where I used to grow up, which was pretty amazing for me. And another organization used the money to buy a bigger corridor in Costa Rica in the rainforest. And if you do the maths, then Art of Fauna contributed to 3,500 square meters of rainforest saved. And this is not CO2 offsetting or some other bullshit. This is some real incredible work from incredible people. And that is Art of Fauna in a gist. But if you know me and if you know what this conference is about, then you know one essential piece is missing, and this is accessibility. I care a lot about accessibility for years now, and I care so much that Apple, during Global Accessibility Awareness Day, did an interview about me last year to talk about how I design my apps and games. And this interview starts with the sentence that if I have a new idea, and I have a lot of ideas, I always first check if the thing is fun, if it's memorable, if it's something I enjoy playing or using. And then I also check if I can make it accessible. And only if I can answer both of those questions with yes, then I will continue with the project. And I often can answer the fun part with yes, but the accessibility part is not always possible to answer with yes. And if that is the case, I will just scrap the idea. And this is basically what happened with Art of Fauna in the beginning. So this is basically what the first prototype of Art of Fauna looked like. It's just a puzzle that is split into little stripes, so into single pieces. And this was already quite fun to use. I really enjoyed playing this little game, but I really couldn't see of how I can make this accessible, especially to people who are low vision or blind. So at this point, I completely put Art of Fauna to hold until I could realize or find out a solution to my problem. And the solution came to me at an unexpected point. I was wandering around the nature park, and then I saw an image like this. And maybe you have seen a sign like this before. This gives you a little description about an animal paired with an image of the animal that you can see in a nature park or in a nature reserve. And seeing this little sign really made click in my head and gave me the solution for my accessibility problem. And the solution was actually already hidden on this screen. It's underneath that little button on the top right. Because if you click that, the puzzle will turn from an image puzzle to a text-based puzzle, which has the huge benefit that somebody who is blind can use a screen reader to let them read out all the different parts of the text and therefore play the game on the text side. So the fundamental gameplay changed from a cozy image puzzler to something that now has an educational spin and is more accessible. And that made it more appealing to all kinds of users. But accessibility runs much deeper in Art of Fauna. The first screen that you're ever gonna see in Art of Fauna is an accessibility settings screen. And while this is quite common in video games nowadays, it's absolutely no thing in app development, which is why I'm always highlighting this. And having a screen like this on the very beginning, many of you might know that, but I will still explain it. Having a screen like this at the beginning is very important for multiple kind of things. So first of all, it shows the player that you care about accessibility and that you really care about all kinds of players. But also it makes the onboarding or the tutorial more accessible, which is especially important for games. And it makes accessibility features more discoverable to users who might not even need them. And one particular thing that always surprises a lot of players of Art of Fauna are the phobia settings. And they are quite common in video games. We have settings to tone down spiders in games for quite a while, but Art of Fauna gets a step further and lets you disable all kinds of animals like spiders, snakes, reptiles, insects, and so on. And all of the puzzles that show those images are automatically skipped. And when you click on one of them, then you get a content warning before it's shown to you. And this is especially important for a game like Art of Fauna because, like I said before, the illustrations are from real scientific books, so they are very accurate, and that can be a problem for many players. And having these accessibility settings there made them visible to many players who might have never looked for those settings in the settings, and led to many amazing reviews like this one, where a user says that it's a very relaxing game, they enjoyed it a lot, but then they explicitly highlight that they are thankful for allowing them to block certain animals like spiders and insects. And all of the other accessibility settings that I have in Art of Fauna are nothing that I came up with just for the game. It's something that I discovered or I learned about over the years. So for example, the different fonts that I have in there, I already had them in letter rooms, and the scientific baseline of if dyslexic fonts are very usable for or are actually effective for users is somewhat discussable, but over the years I discovered that many users actually enjoyed using the Open Dyslexic font, so I always throw that into my apps and games. But also the high contrast mode that I have in Art of Fauna was first introduced in the Ancient Board Game Collection, which is a collection of ancient board games that I released a couple of years ago and has beautiful artwork, but people over the years reached out to me that it might be much more accessible to them if I allow them to change the color scheme. So both in Art of Fauna and in the Ancient Board Game Collection, you can exchange every single color in the game to something that works better for you. And like I said before, the phobia settings were directly inspired by other games like Grounded, which has a setting to make spiders appear less scary. And to sum everything up here in this first section, I just want to highlight that you should never underestimate the power of accessibility. You all might be aware of that, but it's big news to my friends in the app developer community, because accessibility is not only making an app or a game better for a small portion of the game of the players, it makes it really better for everybody. And I think both the phobia settings, but also giving Art of Fauna this educational spin, very good highlights this fact. I'm now turning to something completely else, which is ratings and reviews. And I showed you a good review earlier, and Art of Fauna has a bunch of reviews on the App Store. It now has over 17,000 reviews and stands at 4.9 out of 5 stars, which for an indie game, especially a smaller indie game, is quite a good number. So many of my indie friends ask me how I can maintain such a good score on the App Store. And the answer to this is has multiple layers. So first of all, in games on iOS, you can show a dialogue after a certain point to ask the user for a review. And I do this at a very good point in Art of Fauna. It happens after you have finished one of the first more difficult puzzles, where you feel very good about yourself, and you're very likely to give a high rating to Art of Fauna. But then I also try to reply to support emails quickly and with care. And that is especially important if a user or a player is very angry about you. If you show them that they are talking to a real human, if you show them that there's someone who cares about their problem and wants to solve the problem, it can incredibly de-escalate a very critical situation and turn a very angry user to one of your most nicest users that you can have. And then I make support easy and pleasant to the user wherever I can. And so, for example, what that means for Art of Fauna is that there are situations where people can get stuck in puzzles and they want to reset the puzzles. So in the save data screen, I immediately show them a little contact field where they can contact me if they run into one of those issues and vent about their issue and let me know where they get stuck so that I also can learn about it. But also Art of Fauna has a lot of app icons for all of the different animals that people might enjoy. And if one of their app icons is not included there, they can directly reach out to me through the app icon gallery, send me a little email, and I get that email and try to resolve their issue as quickly as possible. And when I reply to the users, then I always throw in a little PS statement in there where I say, if you like Art of Fauna, it would be awesome if you can leave a review on the App Store. And then I also explain to them that that helps a lot with getting noticed by other people. Because good reviews on the App Store increase your search rankings and therefore helps the apps and games to be easier discoverable. And when I throw in a PS statement like that, people are very likely to give me a very high score because they just had a very good support situation with me, so a very good support flow with me, and therefore are happy and highly likely to give me a good review. And so last week I wrote one of those emails to a customer and they immediately replied with, I submitted my review, 5 stars of course, as soon as I received your email. But this was all about getting more ratings on the App Store. What about maintaining a high review score? And the key fact for this is to honestly reply to App Store reviews. So on the App Store, you can, as a developer, reply to every single review. And I get a lot of these reviews, which is quite common for mobile games, that people complain about the game is not free, that only 10% are available, and then you have to unlock the rest of the game with an in-app purchase. And if I get reviews like this, I always reply to every single one of them. And I reply to them with some things. First of all, I show them that I am a caring human. I understand that not everybody can or wants to afford the full version of the game, and that is totally okay. But I also explain to them why the app or the game costs money. Because I am a human, I have to pay my bills somehow, so I have to ask for money. Then I also explain why I'm not doing advertisement, because advertisement for most cases leads to the selling of the user's data. And I always tell them that this is against the ethics of the game. So I'm not doing any advertisement. And lastly, I explain to the user what the damage a 1-star review does. A 1-star review decreases my search rankings, therefore makes my game harder to find for other people, and has a direct impact of me staying an indie developer. And when I reply with all of those things to people, 50% of my ratings of my 1-star ratings are either deleted or turned into 5-star ratings. So it has a huge impact if you do it like this. To sum this all up, if you're dealing with support, be honest and be human. So I am an indie developer, as I said before, and I'm using this as an advantage wherever I can. So for example, on my paywall, when you have to unlock the full version of the game, I show my face to the world and show them that by purchasing the game, they support an indie developer. And people are much more likely to give money to a small indie developer and support a small indie developer than a huge corporation. And showing my face to them helps a lot with that. But as an indie developer, I can care about things that I really care about. So for example, I made a reading tracker app earlier last year called Pocket Shelf. And we could really embrace all of the features that we wanted to do for Pocket Shelf because we had no shareholders or no management team to answer to. So we threw ourselves on Apple's foundation models, which are the local AI models, and the liquid glass design. And in the end, it even helped us because Apple chose to feature us during the launch of iOS 26 as Great Apps updated for iOS 26. But I also can care about events that I care about. Like I always do updates for Global Accessibility Awareness Day and for Earth Day because I really care about those two events and I want to spread the word about them. And in the end, it even helped my business because Apple decided during Global Accessibility Awareness Day to feature many of my games last year and then also featured it during Earth Day last year. So if you're an indie developer, use your advantage of being indie wherever you can. I also use it in my social media postings, for example, where I always talk about that I'm an indie developer. But being an indie developer isn't always easy, even if it's the dream for many of us. And there's a wonderful article coming from the iOS scene talking about being indie, often feeling lonely and overwhelmed by all of the tasks that you have to do. And there are many things of what I do to counteract those kind of things, which is that I, first of all, go to a lot of conferences and meetups. And last year I was at 8 different conferences all over the world, from Spain to Singapore to San Francisco, and met some of the best developers all over the world and got very inspired by them. And during one of those events, I met Frank, with whom I made Pocket Shelf, which you saw earlier. But when I'm not at conferences, then I also try to play around with a lot of games from my friends, but also a lot of apps of my friends. And I give a lot of feedback to them. So much feedback that one of my friends once suggested that we should just use that as a weapon against apps that are competitors of ours. Because if I start using an app of them, I will flood them with so much feedback that they will eventually give up. And by giving so much feedback, I also gain a lot of feedback. And for example, Art of Flora, which is the botanical sequel to Art of Fauna that recently was released, has a little map view that shows to the user where plants are coming from, and all of this little map view looks like a physical map, but it still is interactable like a MapKit view, which is a mapping framework on iOS devices, and is also as accessible as a MapKit view. And making the presentation like this was not my idea. It actually came from a friend of mine called Sophia. but also the implementation was not done by me. It was done by a friend of mine called Seb. And during over the year, what I also do a lot is talk about many other indie games and indie apps and share my love about them on social media. And I'm not doing this to gain anything in return. I'm doing this because I want to support other developers and I am genuinely excited about their products. But when the launch day of Art of Fauna came around, many people actually returned the favor and posted the nicest of things about Art of Fauna, which not only helped with gaining more players on the first day, it also gave me a huge motivational boost to continue working on it. So to sum this all up, care about other people and they will end up caring about you. And for the final section of this presentation, I want to talk about that I had to learn to care about myself. Because quitting my full-time job to finish Art of Fauna was only half of the story. As I said before, I worked on my indie games at nights because I was full-time employed. I had to work at nights, I had to work on weekends, and that led to me neglecting my friends, neglecting my health. I had some health issues through that and just was super stressed. So quitting my full-day job was a way of learning to care about myself. And I discovered that I actually get the best ideas when I'm taking breaks. So I now play a lot of video games again. Every time I'm around the world at a conference, like I'm right now in Tokyo after the TriSwift conference here in Tokyo, I spent some time around the conference to explore the city and get inspired by the city. And then I drink a lot of coffee at those places, as my friends can attest. And some examples of what helped me, what breaks meant for Art of Fauna is, first of all of the sound design of Art of Fauna is directly inspired by The Return of Obra Dinn, which has absolutely nothing to do with Art of Fauna, but hearing those wonderful sounds when you solved 3 murders really inspired me of the sound design for Art of Fauna. And the artist gallery that you can see in Art of Flora was directly inspired from a museum visit of mine. So I talked a lot about caring today, and I want to end this presentation with one final thing. That is, if you care a bit more, you might not only find success, but also happiness. And with that, I say thank you so much for listening. I usually give this presentation in conferences where I'm there in physical form. So here, this little statement about get yourself a pin or a sticker comes from this time. But if you're interested in a pin or a sticker, send me a message and I will deliver something to you. Thank you very much.
You know, that talk, it made my heart warm and happy. Uh, I mean, the first thing I want to call out is the 3 big statements that he made throughout. The first, Topher has already printed as flyers and is actively hanging up around Rare as we speak. Don't underestimate the power of accessibility. And it's such a true statement. He also said, be honest, be human, and, finally, care about other people. They will care about you. It was so amazing watching this, not only because of the investments that Clemens made in accessibility, but using these amazing resources that were already available to create amazing art or use their amazing art, and then giving back and truly being invested in the spirit of art of fauna. And I loved this really simple concept of just the ethics of the game. Accessibility was part of it, not selling user data was part of it. And, someone had said in chat, and I didn't write down who said it, at this point, we just need Clemen's face on one of those like saint candles. And I think you're right. Absolutely. So I think that was it was Jess. Yes, I absolutely agree. We need Clemens Saint candles going forward. Now with that, we are going to be taking our first large break of the day. So you'll have about 25 minutes, and I will see you back here at 11:50. So go get a snack, get a treat, post a picture of your pet in the Discord, and I will see you when we get back. Thanks, everyone. Hello. Quiet whisper. All right, trying to not jump scare everyone as we come back from a break. I swear I've learned my lesson. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic break. I posted a picture of Penny in the Discord, and I got myself some chips. All right. So, we are coming up on another talk that I am very excited about, and not just because it has a super fun name. Your controls suck. Probably. As we know, interacting with a game requires input, and the controller, the keyboard, mouse, the touchscreen, all of those way we interact, the controls are potentially one of the first barriers that people could hit, which is why thinking about your controls is so important. So I'm really excited to kick off our next talk where we can learn how to make them not suck. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Carrie, Senior Accessibility Designer at Scopely, and your controls suck, probably. Input is the primary way that people interact with a game, but that also means that controls is a place where lots of accessibility problems arise. If you haven't really considered the accessibility of your controls, then they probably suck. We're still seeing the majority of games launching with fundamental controls accessibility barriers, things like unavoidable holds, simultaneous inputs, and only partial, if any, remapping. I believe this is because of a widespread lack of understanding of accessibility barriers and controls. Without knowing about controls barriers or how to identify the most impactful issues, problems arise and are often discovered too late when they can't always be fixed. And while developers jump to remapping, this isn't the holy grail solution. Listing the best practices won't really equip you with the practical strategy that you need to be able to take action, because questions will still remain like, well, what do we do first? What's most important? Or misconceptions like accessibility will ruin the intended experience. This talk aims to bridge that knowledge gap and provide a clear guide to identifying and prioritizing accessibility barriers and controls based on impact. I'll also give some key principles that I think all designers should know and consider, and also talk about how to marry accessibility and game intent, which is a personal favorite topic of mine. The content will cover all platforms, PC, console, and mobile, and be applicable to any developer who has to think about controls, from your 3Cs designers through to your UI designer thinking about your screens, or even the programmer implementing those controls. Just a quick warning that this talk is really content heavy and is mostly aimed at developers, but there's still plenty of learnings for everyone else. Now, chances are if you're watching this, I don't need to convince you, but just to give some context as to why you should care about accessibility in your controls. In Uncharted 4, 1/3 of players used the one-handed camera assist feature. In Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, over 40% of players customized their dead zones. In Atomfall, over 100,000 players in the first month alone modified their control scheme, and Into the Dead had 75% of their players use an alternative control scheme to the default. You can find all the links to these stats and more on Ian Hamilton's blog post for accessibility data. You can see from all of this data and numbers that there are huge numbers of players paying attention to controls, and it's more than safe to assume that it's not just disabled gamers. Looking at just one example of one-handed controls, these benefit not only someone with a limb difference, but also someone with a temporary impairment, like a broken arm, or people with situational impairments, like someone that's holding a drink or a baby, or someone that's on public transport and commuting and holding onto a handrail. I want to start the talk off with something that I've already mentioned, remapping. This is the most common thing that developers jump to when they think about controls accessibility, but it is often not a solution by itself. and rarely is it implemented in a way that actually alleviates the game's core control barriers. Remapping at any level is still an achievement and still helps, and I'm not diminishing that or recommending that you drop it from your roadmap at all. Please keep doing it. But my point is that remapping is not a blanket fix, and it shouldn't be where your conversation about accessibility and controls stops. Some common problems that I see with games that do have remapping include that the remapping is incomplete. Even though it exists, maybe not all actions can be rebound, like a lack of UI rebinding, or something like the sticks can't be remapped. Another common issue is when there's no way to remove holds. Even if every action can be remapped, if there's no way to remove holds or things like simultaneous inputs, then this still leaves a lot of controls-related barriers for players. And on mobile, you might be able to move some of the controls around, but quite often I see a lack of adjustment for touch areas. For example, the area in which a dynamic thumbstick is used. And if you can't move or adjust where that area is, then it greatly impacts which fingers or which hand you're able to use to play. All of these are things that I've seen in real games, but I don't want to call out anyone specifically, because we don't know what constraints those teams are working under. And these are just 3 examples, but they're very good reasons why remapping is not that silver bullet. So if remapping isn't the solution, then what is? How do you identify what to do? And what do you do first? What's most important? Well, first, you need to identify the barriers that exist in your game. Then you need to assess the impact of each of those barriers. Then you concept suitable solutions. And lastly, you consider the scope and cost of each. It becomes a balancing act between impact and cost. Often in accessibility, we talk about low-hanging fruit or getting the most for your work. That's when the cost is low, but the impact is high. So let's unpack exactly how to measure accessibility impact and find your biggest barriers and your low-hanging fruit. First, to identify the barriers, my top recommendation is to go and seek a range of lived experience feedback from players with various different motor capabilities. You can do this via your own user testing, use providers, or hire consultants. Alongside this, or instead of this if you have a really small team and a really big lack of budget, I recommend looking at accessibility user stories and accessibility guidelines. Honestly, doing this first could sometimes save you time, as you can go to playtests prepared with some solutions to try out, though this will depend entirely on your timeline and your budget and where you are in development. For user stories, you would be looking for things like a one-handed player, tremors, low precision, strain, complexity, and these are fairly easy to find online if you search for accessibility user stories. For tags and guidelines, I would recommend the ESA's Accessible Gaming Initiative tags, Xbox Accessibility Guidelines, and the Game Accessibility Guidelines. From going through the various guidelines and tags, you can get a fairly comprehensive checklist of barriers that you can review your game against. Things like hold inputs, simultaneous inputs, QuickTime events, and more. You should use this as a checklist. So play your game, take all of the ones that happen, and then those are your barriers. If you go to a consultant or you do your user testing, then you may well get a list like this back where it's already the list of barriers that are applicable to your game, as well as some helpful insights on how to fix them. Once you have your list of barriers, you need to assess the impact of each one. And to do this, I would recommend questions like, how often does the barrier occur in the game? Does it affect core, secondary, or optional mechanics? And which groups of players would be affected by the barrier, even mildly? As a bonus, you might also want to consider if solving that barrier would help the game to earn any of those accessibility tags that I mentioned earlier. Scope and cost is something that you will know how to do already, because you'll be doing that for all of your other features. For the benefit of any non-devs watching this talk, scope and cost refers to things like the time and any other costs associated with implementation. Typically, it does just include the development time from various departments, or any costs of third-party software or plugins, etc. In my experience with controls, this usually stretches across design, UI, and code, depending on the barrier itself. You might also consider any limitations at this point, such as the capabilities of the engine that you're using. Some engines will be able to do things much more easily than others, and it will also depend on how good your code is under the hood. Is everything quite easy to connect and read, or is it a bit hot glue and duct tape? So let's go through an example. Holding W to walk forwards. Hold inputs are a really common mobility barrier in games because they can cause fatigue, pain, or discomfort. Some players may be unable to hold inputs down due to their strength, and some players might have to play for less time because of the fatigue of the holds. For me, I have something called Blackberry Thumb, so it means that certain inputs are painful, including holds, and it usually means that I can't play for a long time holding these inputs. It means that it causes me pain for a couple days, and often it means that I either won't play that game for very long or at all. There's even options on adaptive controllers to fake hold inputs, like this example from the PlayStation Access controller, and entire whole hardware devices designed to act like a toggle, like this latchbox from OneSwitch. And while you might be thinking, oh, that's great, there's hardware solutions for that, remember that this is additional hardware to buy, and holds affect many players who don't really use adaptive hardware. So by keeping holds in, you're asking players either to purchase additional hardware or to deal with pain to play your game, when they could just find a game that does let them remove the holds. So, holding W to walk forwards. Let's think about the impact. So moving your character forward is a core part of this imaginary game and getting from A to B. It is impossible to complete the game without walking forwards, and then this would affect players with low strength, repetitive strain injuries, arthritis, muscle pain, and can extend to one-handed players if the hold is needed alongside other actions. So the impact rating for this would be high. It's an unavoidable barrier that affects the core gameplay and affects many groups of players. And the bonus would be that fixing this would help to earn the Aggie tag playable without button holds. So, a solution, auto walk forwards. Put walk on a toggle. You just press a button to start walking, you control left and right movement with either left and right buttons or the mouse or the camera, and then pressing a button again while walking would toggle the player to stationary. You can find examples of this functionality in Call of Duty, Atomfall, and an Unplayable game. Now, cost and scope, and again, I can't really help you with this part. There is no guarantee that every game or engine is set up to do the same thing in a simple way. And I'd really like to help abolish the comparison of game titles, saying things like, just because this game did it means that that game should be able to do it too. We don't really have any idea what's going on under the hood, or what constraints the team are working under, and what takes one game a year might take another game an hour. So my only recommendation is just be really thorough when you're doing your scope and cost explorations. Sometimes people will make something out as more difficult than it actually is. Sometimes that's because they're really busy. Sometimes it's because they don't understand exactly what you're asking for, and sometimes it's because they're making assumptions. So be really thorough, get multiple viewpoints, and involve all the teams necessary, and try to challenge any assumptions that are coming up. Obviously, the example that I've given you here is just one isolated case of a button hold, but this kind of logic can be applied to any hold in your game. For example, there's a range of these options in The Last of Us Part 2 across things like melee combos and sprinting. I also encourage you to think about all of your barriers together. Doing this for every barrier individually can take a lot of time, and it can also add a lot of cost and cognitive load in your menus. So I invite you to think about 2 questions when you find barriers like this. Firstly, does this need to be a hold or insert other problematic input here? If so, why? If you can design out the hold or input by default, then there's no need for that option, and sometimes that's often the cheapest solution. And secondly, can this action be part of a toggle group? So think about broader options that can allow you to kill many holds with one toggle. It's still a good idea to have granular sub-options, but for usability, combining similar actions into one can help to avoid a big long list of toggles by default. And again, you can apply these questions to all kind of problematic inputs, not just holds. Now I want to take you through some key principles that I think all 3C's designers, and anyone else thinking about controls, should know about and be aware of. A really, really common thing that I see in work in progress controls is unnecessary complexity. Just try to keep it simple and don't over-design your controls or your control options. I'm also really guilty of this. Early on in my career, I made a very overcomplicated dynamic tap hold option in my first game. It failed miserably, and it was just too complicated. So this is something that's especially important for junior designers. And I see it all the time where a junior gets a feature, they're really excited about it, and they want to make it stand out, and they feel like it needs a space on the controller, but you need to keep the game context in mind, and you need to keep your actions simple and usable. And similarly, if you try to put every single action onto a gamepad or a screen, then you're going to run into two problems. First, you're going to run out of buttons and fingers, and secondly, your controls are going to be so complicated that players will struggle to remember them. If you're running out of buttons or inputs, it should be a big red flag that there's something else that's wrong. So one solution to that is contextual inputs. There are loads of actions that don't need to be usable at all times, and even seemingly permanent actions, like jumping, can share a button with a contextual action. For example, if I'm within interact range of a door, I probably want to open it as opposed to jumping at it. So tricks like this can create controls that are less complicated by design, easier to remember, and easier to rebind. In Atomfall, the contextual interact 2 goes even further. There are 3 tools in this game and only 4 quick slots on your character. So instead of making you use most of your quick slots on these tools, when you also want to use them for ranged weapons, melee weapons, healing, etc., or adding in an extra button for each tool, I designed extra context rules into Interact 2. In short, when you're interacting with something that has 2 options, like a Cornish pasty, which you can either eat or pick up, then the button will do one of those things. When you're within an interact area of a specific tool that can be used, it will act as a quick equip for that tool. In all other contexts, it is a quick equip for the torch. So using these context-driven rules, what could have ended up being 4 buttons, one for each tool plus the interact 2, became just 1 button. Next, following in the footsteps of our automatic walk example, just automated actions in general. Automation mechanics can help reduce strain and fatigue, especially for inputs that are secondary or repetitive. A great example is in Call of Duty Black Ops. So alongside auto move forward, they provide a range of automations that make up their intelligent movement system. For example, if you run into something that you can vault over, it will just vault for you without an additional button press. This can help you get across the map from A to B with only 1 button press. Another example is Prince of Persia Mobile's Auto Heal, where you will automatically use a potion when at low health if you have one available. On a small screen with limited fingers and space for HUD, this alleviates both an extra action and extra cognitive load. You can extend this to automate so many actions in your game, from things like auto pickup to auto advance dialogue. A tip that I have is to check out player mods for games similar to yours. What usability mods like this exist for those games? And then sticking with the Prince of Persia mobile example, I also want to talk about assisted actions. For assists, Prince of Persia has a platforming assist, which lets you skip challenging parts of the game if you can't progress. Assist options, all kinds of these, from precision assistance like aim assist, through to things like infinite dashes, can sometimes feel like they're teetering on the edge of what's considered game breaking. But I challenge you with, if it's totally optional and it helps someone to play that otherwise couldn't, does it matter? For a much more in-depth perspective on this, I highly recommend Tess Grossman's talk called Cheat Codes for All. So through using all the principles that I've outlined, context-driven actions, automations, and assists, you can create a simplified control scheme, very similar to the Call of Duty motor preset earlier. This is Street Fighter 6, which has 3 different control options. 2 of them can be used in online and competitive play, which is modern and classic, and 1, dynamic, is for local play. Dynamic says that by pressing the auto attack button, your character will automatically perform attacks and combos based on their position relevant to their opponent. This is a great control type to use when you have friends or family over for a quick casual game or want to learn the basics of a character for the first time. By offering a range of control schemes, you are just allowing more people to play, and either together, like in Street Fighter's case, or by themselves in a single-player game. And you can always still cater to a hardcore audience. But just remember, if you only cater to hardcore players, that you are narrowing your audience and potential sales. That's not to say that you shouldn't, but it's just best to understand the full picture and be intentional with your decisions. And on that note, let's talk about gameplay intent and accessibility in the context of controls. Some of the solutions that I presented earlier could be part of your default scheme, and I've already mentioned that designing out the barriers can be the cheapest option. But where is the line for a feature being part of the default experience or an option? I want to go back to this slide and specifically this question. Does it need to be a particular kind of input when we know that that's a barrier? Sometimes controls have a design intent, and there are pillars like tactility or precision that inform the design of a control. A good example is a hold action that's being used for something strenuous, like moving a heavy object or using a crank. In this case, the tactility of the control is helping to build immersion because it's helping to represent the feel. And I just want to stress that I don't think that that's something that we should be losing as a design tool in terms of building an immersive experience. But when we know that that input that we want to use is an accessibility barrier, what do we pick? Both. When accessibility starts to conflict with design intent, that is the best time to make it an option. Giving an option can be the thing that enables a player to play a game on their terms. Enabling someone to play doesn't detract from the intended experience. It literally gives them access to it. Detracting from that experience would be preventing someone from experiencing it at all. To give two very well-known examples of this, Celeste, of course, the gameplay intent of perseverance, climbing a mountain, but options exist like infinite dash or invincibility, and these serve players who face major barriers and allows them to tailor the challenge to meet their needs. So they still experience perseverance because they can still face barriers that make it challenging and make it so that they need to keep trying these levels over and over, but it turns it from something that's impossible to something that is possible. And in Disney Illusion Island, there's a helper rope in co-op. Even though platforming is the main challenge, the designers decided that only one player needs to achieve the jump to be considered successful. So this doesn't detract from the player's experience either. Again, it's totally optional. The player who's struggling with the platforming can still try as much as they want before getting help. And the whole help and assistance is actually a really big part of their core gameplay and their core feel. The big takeaway here is agency, and just understanding that controls and accessibility barriers are not binary. It's a huge spectrum, and allowing players to engage on their terms still allows them to access the intended experience. At the end of the day, it comes down to, would you rather someone play a little differently or not play at all? And there are still ways to preserve some of the intent or feel through these options. For example, if we're talking about the hold to operate the crank, there's a gameplay action there of spending time, and you don't need the player to hold to spend time. So a more accessible version of this would be a tap with a timer. This would then preserve that gameplay cost that you're looking for, but without the access barrier of the hold. This can go a little more deeply, and I find it really fascinating thinking about accessibility and game intent and how we can provide different options that can help to provide those different intended experiences. But this is just a really simple one to get you started. So now I want to give a quick reprise to remapping. All the other moving parts that I've talked about help to build more fundamentally accessible controls, but remapping is still needed because there is no one-size-fits-all. One question that I get asked a lot is, how do I support adaptive hardware? And the answer is mostly, it just works, but you support it effectively by offering good remapping. This does change slightly in mobile, where we consider things like switch access and voice control, and you will need to use accessibility APIs to support with that. Some game engines are working towards supporting these to make it easier for developers. In particular, Unity has been making some great strides with accessibility APIs. In general, though, you should support controllers on all platforms, including mobile. And for touch remapping on mobile, you want to allow as much customization as possible for where things can go, for their size, and their configuration. Again, Prince of Persia Mobile does a really good job of this, even with very granular digital joystick to thumbstick options. So if you're doing remapping, here are the key considerations for gold star remapping. So analog to digital. So ensure that your analog inputs, so your mouse movement and your sticks, can be rebound to digital button presses for each of those 4 axes. And make sure that you can do it in reverse as well for extra points. Include the ability to remap the UI, not just the gameplay. Make sure that you can fully unbind both mouse movement and clicks, because this is vital to support on-screen keyboards. Allow resizing and repositioning of buttons and zones for digital thumbsticks on mobile. Allow anything to be moved anywhere, basically. Allow saving of multiple different configurations, and provide some presets. And by presets, I mean like the modern, classic, and dynamic control options in Street Fighter VI. Remapping and mobility is quite ironic, because sometimes in order to achieve a control scheme that works well for you, it can take a lot of strain to set up in the first place. Going through each button, changing it one by one, remapping it, dealing with the conflicts and things like that. So by providing some presets for players that are also editable, this gives them either something that could work out the box or something much closer to their needs, which needs less personalization. For example, this could be things like a left-handed version, one-handed for left hand or right hand, a no-holds preset, a low mobility strain preset, or even a one-button or one-stick mode. Lastly, I just wanted a small space to talk about some of the other standout options and examples of accessibility and controls that you can use as references and research. Firstly, game speed. This is something that's becoming more common in games these days, and this particular example is from Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Game speed just helps across the board, not just for mobility. The biggest impact that it has is in reducing reaction times and precision. To give a bit of a personal anecdote, I played through Jedi Fallen Order, which was the prequel to this game, and I could not parry at all. I 100%ed the game, but I did this by finding areas in post-game to farm the parry opportunities for those particular achievements. In Jedi Survivor, as soon as I set the slow dilation to 90% in combat, which is very, very small, I immediately could consistently parry. And I'm only one person with a very mild impairment that affects the way that I play. Honestly, this feature is a total game changer, and I would really love for it to become more standard in both single player and co-op titles. Now, this game isn't out yet, but Life Below showed off something very exciting in their recent accessibility trailer, which is on-screen buttons for mouse-only play. Obviously, I am keen to see how this is implemented, but if it's done well, then this is awesome and will probably be one of my go-to references. I think that really we should all be considering more how we can put on-screen buttons onto our games, especially as we're developing across both PC and mobile. How can we bring those mobile controls to our PC versions to help become mouse-only? There are so many good references out there, and I couldn't fit them all into one 30-minute talk, but for more research, I recommend that you go and look at some of these. FC26 and FIFA has an excellent legacy of one-button modes. Far Cry 6 has incredibly thorough remapping. Split Fiction has per-player options for QuickTime events and holds. Assassin's Creed Identity has a simplified controls preset of one stick and one button, which is on mobile. And also Fortnite Mobile has really good remapping and control layouts for a game that has very, very complex inputs. I'd also recommend that you check out gameaccess.info, which is Special Effects game information site. It has lots of videos on how players set up accessible controls in different games, and it will help to give you a deeper insight into how players modify controls in general. So some closing thoughts. Excellent controls accessibility goes way beyond remapping, and the gold standard, in my opinion, is controller support on all platforms, including mobile, full remapping including sticks to buttons and vice versa, full touch layout adjustment on mobile and touch devices, including resizing and moving touch areas, no required holds, QuickTime events, or simultaneous inputs, either by design or through options. Automation for regular secondary actions like auto pickup, assistance for specific barriers in your game, so things like game speed for timing, aim assist for precision, or combo assist, and control presets, including things like a one-handed mode and one-button modes. But mostly, if there is one thing that you take away from today, I want it to be this. Don't let remapping be the beginning and end of your conversation around accessible controls. Understand that the Venn diagram of mobility, accessibility, and game controls is a circle, and you should be considering them holistically. Every action that you make is a potential barrier, but it's also a fascinating and fulfilling area to deep dive into. Thanks so much for listening, and remember to head to the IGDA Discord to ask questions or for more resources. Thanks so much.
I know at the beginning of that talk that Harry warned us that it was information dense, but there was so much good information. I think that she did a marvelous job of summing up why this kind of work is so important. Would you rather someone play differently or not at all? Right? Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. How do you want to enable people to be able to play your game? I loved that this was both theoretical design and yet pragmatic, because really it comes to identifying your core gameplay challenges and what you want players to spend their time on. And the reality is, you probably don't want the challenge to be holding down the walk button, right? That's not supposed to be the fun challenge that you overcome. And I absolutely loved the very specific examples of how to do best in class gold star controls. We all have so much to learn, and there were some really cool ideas in there, such as taking these mobile controls and figuring out how to put them on PC for a mouse only experience. Of course, as always, go to the Discord, ask questions, and we are going to take another short break, and we will be back at 12:30 with our first panel of the conference. See you shortly. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. So, at every game accessibility conference, we always have two panels. One from the position of developers and one from the position of players. Today, we're going to have the one from players. So this one's really unique. As you may have caught during Ian's news update this morning, there have been a bunch of mods to make games more accessible. And there have been over 50 specifically targeting blind players recently. But we're in a really interesting position in the industry, and now players are using AI tools to mod games to make them more accessible. So in this panel, we're focusing on what difference it has made and both what it does and doesn't mean for game accessibility for blind players in the future. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Not Just Vibes, how blind players are modding accessibility into games with AI. It's amazing to be back at GaConf for this 2026 EU edition. And in my capacity as moderator, I am Sightless Combat's award-winning multi-credited accessibility consultant and gamer without sight from the UK, as well as being accessible gaming officer for RNIB, that is Royal National Institute of Blind People, and a BAFTA member as well. Now, also in my capacity as moderator of this panel, I am joined by three amazing technical individuals who will guide us through the very interesting topic at hand. And without further ado, I'm just going to start with the introductions, and we're going to start with Aaron.
Hey everyone, I'm Aaron. I work as the AI specialist for a First Amendment free speech nonprofit here in the US. So not at all accessibility related. That being said, I do have an accessibility background because when I was in university, I did work as an accessibility analyst, and I kind of took that experience into the work we're going to talk about today.
Cool. And so, Rashad, why don't you go next?
Hi everyone, I'm Rashad from Saudi Arabia. And unlike Aaron, I have no AI or accessibility experience at all, right? Before January, I'd never even written a line of code in my life. And because of AI now, I write accessibility mods.
Very good ones too.
And part of the reason for the writing of said mods is down to our final panelist, that being Zach. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Zach Klein, and I do have a small background in accessibility. I am a web accessibility person rather than more technical, the more technical native apps side. I don't code, however, but I did start this last year by picking a couple of games that were interesting, and it kind of spiraled from there.
And oh, has it spiraled?
Oh, indeed it has. Because to give you the context for why this panel is a thing, there are a multitude, nay, a myriad of mods. And mods is short for modifications, for those who don't know. And it's a concept that's been around for a long time. Mostly, things like graphics or, gameplay or sound design. Any number of things can, in theory, be modded. But over the past year or so, we've seen an absolutely massive number of mods being released to allow gamers without sight, blind gamers, however you want to say it, to experience titles that were previously considered as off limits. So if I were to say names like Disco Elysium, RimWorld, Oxygen Not Included, Final Fantasy 1 to 6. Yeah, that is 6 Final Fantasy games. And that's to name just a few. All of these above examples that I've just given have been created with varying degrees of assistance with AI, and as well as, of course, community collaboration. Now, the main AI that's being used for these mods is none other than Claude Code. Now, I will hand over to Aaron once again, and I will say, could you give an intro to those watching this panel as to Claude Code, what it is, and anything else you want to mention that might be relevant to this discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Claude Code is basically what happens when you give something like ChatGPT the ability to do things on your behalf. So a few years ago, we all got ChatGPT, and it kind of took the world by storm. It was really cool and really interesting, but at the end of the day, it was just a chatbot. You sent it messages, and it told you how awesome you were, or maybe it told you the answer to a question you were looking for, and that was it. It was a very, very transactional. You said something, it said something back, and that was it. Well, some very smart people, smarter than any of us here, came up with the idea of, well, let's give something like ChatGPT the ability to use tools. Like humans use tools. We use calculators, we use hammers, we use saws. So why don't we give an AI the equivalent of that? And that's kind of how we ended up with Claude Code. So what Claude Code basically is it's basically a chatbot, just like ChatGPT, except it runs a bunch of tools directly on your computer. So it gives it a lot of power. Like it lets it edit files on your behalf. It lets it open games for you. It lets it write code and test solutions to problems. And it really gives it a lot of agency with which it can then help you with whatever task you're working on. For example, working on accessibility mods like we're doing.
Interesting indeed. And AI, of course, for those who may be unaware, artificial intelligence, hence what we were saying about, giving it tools and setting it to tasks that we might think would be very useful. In this case, making games that we would love to play or be interested in looking at playing playable.
Exactly.
And, handing over neatly from that, looking back at, the last year or so, how did all of this start, and what was modding like before AI? And I'm going to start with Zach, and if anyone else wants to kind of chime in as well, feel free to do so.
Well, I can speak to that. Modding was generally something that you did with the help of sighted people who are interested in the projects for its own sake, usually because the amount of specialized knowledge required was kind of intimidating at best for people who are not professional programmers. And even people who are sometimes may not have the deep reverse engineering knowledge or whatever required to make it work.
And also the game knowledge.
And also the game knowledge. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fair point. But basically, yeah, my understanding, I mean, I've had some experience with mods before this whole AI thing, and there've been some excellent projects done with that, like the mod that makes Crusader Kings 3 playable for us as totally blind players, for example. But that was done by one person dedicating hundreds of hours to one single project out of the goodness of his heart, essentially.
It's something that a blind person could have never done. Sorry to interrupt.
Right. Yeah, pretty much. So.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody else want to offer their thoughts on sort of the previous generation of, or the pre-AI modding scene, I guess?
Yeah, I can say. So I was I want to say indirectly. I helped. There back in the day, we had a mod for the original Hades game that I sort of helped with, and one of the interesting things back then was, this whole modding scene was pretty new still, and so the tools with which we had to mod games were very limited. As far like the knowledge we had was very limited, right? Because it was early days for us, for the blind community. But one of the really cool things with a game like Hades is that game already out of the box had a lot of unintentional accessibility features baked in, right? Because everything had a sound. There were tons of sound cues. When a monster used a special ability, you heard it, and it was just so beautifully done, and that made it possible for us to build accessibility onto it. And it just kind of grew up from there.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of hit on this already, but what does it take? What do you need, and what does it mean to make a game accessible? And in the definition of accessibility as we're speaking about it, because there's of course the definition of approachability, but that's a whole separate topic. But what does it mean in this instance to make a game accessible? And anybody can feel free to throw in on this one.
So it kind of depends really on, we're talking about the pre-AI phase looked very different than now the post-AI phase where we have the ability to do much more, right? Pre-AI, I think most of us here would have called something accessible if we could get any enjoyment out of it. And that is to some degree controversial, but I think is an accurate sort of description of how mainstream gaming was viewed among the blind in the pre-AI days. But nowadays, these sort of mods and the access that AI gives us to make them lets us do quite a lot more of like creative ways to represent, inherently very visual games.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. I think looking at sort of where the AI side of it is now, you need, to make a game accessible can mean, being able to play parts of it, get most of it done, or, in a lot of cases, get all of it done. And that's kind of where the bar has been raised to now, I think. Because before it was, oh, we've got parts of this working, we might have, I don't know, we might not have all the things we need, but most of it works. So like Hades, for instance, in its original phase, you had to use a lot of teleportation. You still do, but you
had to disable the traps as well.
Yeah, you had to
like,
disable lava. Yep.
And for us, it was amazing. It was incredible. It was one of the coolest things we'd ever gotten to play, even with those, adaptations. And I'm sure, if somebody were to go back and do it now, they would approach it very differently. They would be looking to create a much more pure experience, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was going to say
exactly.
agency driven, but yeah, like for instance, you might be able to have audio cues attached to NPCs or like to be able to track. So there was a Hades 2 mod that was added in to the sort of setup that's mostly commonly associated with it now, where you can now track enemies and things, so you can know, okay, there's an object over here, there's an enemy over there, rather than having to just either teleport or randomly connect with it. So things like that can mean making a game accessible, improving on existing experiences, but sometimes you have to start from scratch. And I think that leads well into the next question, really.
So just before you step into that, I do just want to clarify one thing that sort of relates to this, which is the reason why AI has been such a boon to modding. Not only because, people like me who have no coding experience can participate, it's because it lets you sort of just do things that once upon a time took, 4 to 5 weeks of concerted effort in about half an hour.
Exactly.
And then you do them, and then you try them, and you go, this isn't perfect. I know how I could make this better. And then live in the same session while it's still in your brain, you go, okay, I will make this adjustment and this adjustment and this adjustment. And then it feels like a very clean, polished experience. And, I think that people associate AI with, sloppiness and mistakes and such. And it is that. But it is also just capable of iterating and iterating and iterating and iterating and doing something 50 times. And, on the 51st time, it does it right. And those
It's all about being the
times
human in the loop. That's what I always tell people at work.
Sorry,
I love that expression.
We missed part of that, I think. But
Oh, sorry. I said it's all about being the human in the loop. That's what I tell people at work all the time.
yeah, that makes sense. And I think in terms of answering fully the question of, or as fully as possible, of the question of what does it mean to make a game accessible, I think the answer before was do what you can within the game's limitations, see what you can get out of it. And I think now the answer might be do what you can with knowledge that's been previously gained, with potentially with the help of AI, and with your own understanding built in, regardless of how much coding knowledge you have. Potentially.
And even then, there are certain, things that we accept, right? Like I think, Zach, you were recently facing something with, you're working on a project where you had to sort of say, is this relevant or is this not relevant?
Yes. Basically, I'm working on a project to make the 2D mode of Dragon Quest XI, a JRPG, accessible. And I was bashing my head against one particular mechanic. There's a stealth minigame which takes maybe a sighted user 5 minutes to deal with, and as a blind user, it was taking me hours of reverse engineering, and I'm like, is this even worth dealing with? I reserve the right to come back to it later, but basically, I guess the important thing to emphasize is that doing modding requires you to exercise judgment and design and like the ability to think about what matters, what doesn't.
And
That
like,
AI is incapable of doing that.
yeah. And it's also just like, what is the sort of
Point.
objective of the game, right? Like, is it a story game? Then who cares if you can't do the stealth section? Is it, you know, a combat game? Then probably it's important
Probably
for the
important.
combat to be
Well,
Yeah.
fun.
Focus on the sort of core pillars of the game's construction is
Exactly.
one way of looking at it. But also, of course, there's the school of thought of get things to a basic level so that you can progress to the next thing. Get all the systems kind of up and running as you go, and then given you've said I'll go back and do this later, and you're aware of what needs to be sorted out as you're sort of building things along the way, you can then go back and flesh it out later once you know, I can get through it and it kind of works, and then you fix things up and it's like, this is much better now. But that leads on to a really good additional question. I hope you agree with what I've just said there in terms of the idea of fix things as you go along and then come back to it later, given what you've just said as well. I don't know if that's accurate from what you've seen. But I was going to say the next question really kind of relays into this well is what is the hardest conceptual challenge that you've faced? I know, Zach, you've kind of already sort of alluded to the idea of whether you can actually make this work or not, whatever the stealth mechanics or whatever it happens to be. Are there other ones or other ones that anyone else here has faced that you might want to voice here?
Sure. So in RimWorld, there is a schedule screen where it's basically like a calendar. It's like a table, I guess, with all 24 hours. And then a sighted player basically has different brushes, and you paint the schedule. And each brush is like a different job. And so you paint the schedule with a brush at a specific hour to basically say, hey, for this hour or for this range of hours, you should do this task. And this was something that was eating at me for the longest time because I knew there was a solution to this problem. I knew the problem had sort of been solved indirectly in other domains, and it eventually hit me. So what I ended up doing is you use the number keys to select the brush you want, and then in a sort of Excel style way, you can use shift and the arrow keys to. So you can press space to paint one specific tile of the schedule, but if you want to draw a line, you just hold down the shift key and then use the arrow keys to draw in that direction. And that basically assigns that task to that time. And I think actually after we figured that out, I think Rashad started using that. So it's a very collaborative process. It's really beautiful how collaborative this ends up being.
Yeah, it's really interesting because all of us sort of come up with solutions and then you turn around and suddenly everyone is using them because we all, talk and know each other.
And they all work to varying degrees. And the good thing is it's not like this solution is the perfect, like whatever solution it is the perfect way to do it necessarily. Sometimes it might be, but even if it isn't, then you can evolve from that. It's like, why do you think the Innovation and Accessibility Award exists? Because, we've got innovations happening. So, let's say one game does it one way and then a future game comes along with a similar system and it's like, we'll take this idea, but we'll improve it this way.
There's a tiny amount of pushback that I will offer to that, which is that, the user sort of can only hold so many ways to do the same thing in their head at a time.
No, of course.
And so, that is why I think that there has been sort of this shift towards, I wouldn't say a universal design, but sort of like a bunch of standardized, if we've all, for whatever reason, decided like, if you need to use a simulated right click, that's a right bracket. And, I couldn't tell you who came up with that, but we've all sort of just decided that that's how you do things.
A certain amount of bespokeness is kind of inevitable because the games themselves have very different challenges and very different design requirements. But obviously we try to be at least, semi-predictable within limits. And it's tricky because obviously different games need different different games need different experiences and so on.
Well,
And they have
controllers
different
versus
focuses, right?
Yeah.
I was going to say controllers versus versus keyboards is a fun
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Seen,
exactly.
I run into that a lot. I guess if I could answer the question I was asked about, we were asking about the hardest thing that I ran into.
the hardest conceptual challenge that you've faced.
It's tricky, but I found navigating. I think that the Disco Elysium is kind of a tricky example because a lot of it is on the surface pretty straightforward in terms of like, oh, this is a character sheet, these are, skills, and this is how it works. It's an RPG, but there's a lot of stuff underneath it that isn't immediately obvious. And this, I think, ties back to the visual nature of some of these games, is that a lot of times something shows up on screen and we don't even know that it's there unless we happen to have the decompiled code handy, or we send a screenshot and someone says, oh, did you know that? And we didn't.
Well, yeah, it's like when like tutorial text. I think I remember seeing a comment once about tutorial text, and it was like, did you know this tutorial was there? And it's like, well, no.
No, nobody told
Were
me.
we supposed to?
It's
I
like,
think-
how am I meant to know when
Yeah.
there's no sound cue for it? It doesn't read anyway. It's
Rashad
Yeah,
actually has had a really interesting challenge with this.
Yeah, because I was working on Oxygen Not Included, which is a very sort of screenshot heavy community, right? The wiki is full of screenshots, and when people post about their bases and so on, they share a lot of screenshots. And it's because it's a very visually dense game, and it would take so much time to describe what they're trying to show. It's actually, a picture, 1,000 words and all that. But it makes it incredibly challenging as someone who, can't actually look at any of the screenshots to figure out what's going on in the game. And pre-AI, that would have been an immediate, like even if I were, top software engineer of the century, that would have been an immediate blocker. Because like, what are you gonna do? You don't know how the game works. There's no describer. Now you can sort of solve it in the way that you can feed screenshots to AI and it'll give you a somewhat passable description, but it's still, not ideal, right? Like I
No,
do
it's not,
wish that communities would be sort of more aware that, we exist, and it would be nice if they described what they were posting so that I knew that it was of some relevance to me at least, and I wasn't looking
I
at
think-
80 screenshots to find one.
And you actually got pushback at one point.
Oh, yeah, that was another thing. I went on the Oxygen Not Included server and was like, yeah, I'm working on this mod to do this thing. And someone threw like a very heavily cheated. I had asked for somebody to share a late game save with me to test against. And
Yeah,
someone had like shared a really heavily cheated save that was designed to crash. Like it took, I think it was like 11 gigabytes of RAM just to load, and it was not.
And I think people didn't even believe that you were blind.
Oh yeah,
They
no,
figured you
someone
were
was like, "This is
trolling,
such a
right?
trolly thing," and I was just like, "Why would I troll in this way?" Right? It's sort of there is definitely this sort of lack of awareness among players that we exist.
I think that goes for a fair amount of games anyway. But actually,
Yes, but sorry, I just want to make the opposite point as well, just to not end on a negative point, which
No,
is when I did
yeah.
a different mod Against the Storm, I went on their Discord server and everyone was incredibly nice. Two players DM'd me and were like, "Would you like some help working on it?" And it was very sweet. And then the developer themselves reached out and shared a completed save with me so that I'd have something to work with.
See, that's the thing. You've got
So cool.
both kind of ends of the spectrum there, as it were. You've got players who are not just unaware, but seemingly just willing to troll you for what they see as a troll, even though it isn't. And then you've equally got developers sending you useful save files and players being like, "Can we help?" Which is amazing.
Wonderful.
Like that's
Yeah,
great
that's
to
really
see.
awesome.
It's always good to see players. When I'm looking around at mods and things as well, or even looking for guides to play existing mods. Like Final Fantasy and things where, I just want to know where I need to go to get to places, for instance, and I easily get lost. I just want to know where do I go? And it's like, can I find a guide that gives me this information? Thankfully, I will usually be able to find something that helps. So that's always good to
which
see,
is
like the awareness of content that sometimes just happens to be accessible, but is really useful as well.
If you happen to be, somebody who is watching who is a wiki moderator or is, a game content creator, I think that sort of the takeaway that I would want you to walk away with is that, we also watch your content and would struggle to benefit from it, but could benefit from it much more if
It were
you
made
used
accessible.
alt text tools, which are very easy to use and don't
Or
take a
if you
huge
share
amount of
save
effort.
files, that's a huge one. I mean,
Oh, yes.
when I was, working on RimWorld Access, I've literally watched like 20 hours of YouTube tutorials because I want to make sure that the starting experience for a new blind player is the same as or identical enough to a sighted player. So if blind players watch these YouTube videos, they'll have an idea what's going on. But there's a lot of this visual stuff like, oh, how do you lay out your base? How do you put your buildings together? And that is very difficult to convey in a spoken word, like in a YouTube video.
Yeah, I mean, or at the very least, traditionally, it might be seen as that. There may be ways to make that work. But
Yeah,
certainly,
and
you know,
Aaron's idea of the save file is the sort of way that you can sort of get across
Yeah.
that. Because it's
That's
already
sort of-
stuff that you have. It doesn't take a significant amount of effort to just include it.
I mean, I'm going to move on to the next sort of related question here. We've kind of answered, part of it, I guess. But have there been any worrying trends, as this space has evolved? Have there been any trends that you're just concerned about that you want to highlight here?
We've definitely touched on one of them earlier on when Aaron said, be the human in the loop. Pre-AI, creating a mod was this really sort of grueling, it could take a year, right? And that's sort of evidenced by the fact that pre-AI, there's maybe 5 or 6 accessibility mods for mainstream games. And now post-AI, there's 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating, by the way, that's probably a real number.
There are a lot. There are a
But
heck
the
of a
reason
lot.
I say that is that, pre-AI, that whole, oh, it's going to take me a year, really weeded out a lot of unserious attempts. And, now you sort of get to the point where Claude code is downloadable by anybody and anybody with, $100 to spare. And Will can just take a shot at it and release it to the
Release
public.
something in
And
10 minutes.
Exactly.
That-
And like whether or not it's good is now 100% dependent on whether or not they're willing to stick at it. And there's no way as, an end user to figure out how much time did they actually put into this? Does it work the way I would expect it to? You just sort of have to trust the author's word with no way to verify for yourself other than reputation.
Yeah.
And obviously the problem is that, like I said earlier, this requires design thinking and it requires a skill set that the AI cannot provide. The AI can give you all sorts of information, but it can't substitute for good judgment. And I think that a lot of times maybe people think, oh, I'll make an accessibility mod, and they don't realize what that actually means is that they will spend a lot of time thinking about questions that are not like programming questions, but that are like design questions.
They're game design
or-
questions.
Yeah.
You're building a game within a game.
Right.
Yeah,
Or you're
exactly.
coming up
Yeah.
with like a representation. How do I represent
Yeah.
this? What do I say? And honestly, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to maintain mods because not only through game updates, which are a whole other thing, but just in general, because you'll always find,
Yeah.
oh, I can refine this, but it's easy to be like, oh, I want to release something, and then once it's released, to realize that, oh, this is actually a lot more effort and frustration than I anticipated, and that's fine. It's not for everyone, but it does lean heavily into the problem of like quote unquote slop, because it's like, okay, maybe if it isn't for you, then don't release it until it's in a state that, you'd be happy to play through yourself.
Yeah, one of the my start was kind of funny because I started playing RimWorld when the original builder of RimWorld Access named Shane, when he put it on GitHub. I thought, I'll just make like 1 or 2 code contributions and call it a day. I don't really want to get invested in this. And next thing I knew, I was spending like 8 to 10 hours a day, even on work days, right? I'd work, I'd have an 8-hour work day, and then I'd leave work and spend another 6 hours working on the RimWorld mod for, I've been doing it for months. Like, it's a lot of fun. But one thing I'd like to tell people is, as fun as this is for us doing this, it's very unsustainable long term.
It's unsustainable because also all of this work that we do breaks immediately often the second the game is updated.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like they update it. Not even sometimes if things have changed, but if like even if just a version, like it might be ever so slightly different.
Yeah, for the coders out there, we use a lot of reflection, we use a lot of harmony patching. If the field names change behind the scenes, everything breaks.
Falls apart. Yep.
And it's so difficult to sort of diagnose that kind of thing because, like, are you going to realistically expect that a developer play through the entire game on every single update? We're doing this in our own free personal time.
Yeah.
And suddenly you find that you've been signed up to full-time debug multiple games, and it becomes quite intense. I think that even though it is incredibly empowering that we can bring this experience to ourselves and to our community, it is kind of unfortunate
that we have
to be the ones
doing it. Yeah.
I mean, because of course, there are so many people who want to play these games. There are people who, there's clearly interest there because otherwise these mods wouldn't be being created in the first place. There is a massive amount of knowledge there. There's all sorts of stuff. And the key thing is native accessibility is just so, like, if people want to buy a game and just play it, there are barriers there to even installing these mods sometimes. You can install a mod and say your antivirus might block it because it's trying to do things that antivirus would do, even though
it's not even just that. It's that every single mod has its own little quirks and install paths and
yep.
Yeah.
And then once you have them installed, they all have their own keyboard shortcuts, and they all have.
And then you have to remember to update them because you can't necessarily have them updated.
Because some people like me and Rashad update our mods like every day.
Every day,
it's a lot.
It's a whole thing.
Not just for the modders, but for the players too.
For the players as well.
But I think that we're maybe giving the overly negative impression here that this is so much work, and it is. But I think that it's important to remember that the reason we play these, or the reason we do this, is because we want to play these games.
And we love these games.
And we love these games, yeah.
It's very,
like, we're willing to do this work because we're so excited at the prospect of playing games that we'd often, like, I have wanted to play RimWorld since it first came out.
Me too.
And like, I remember the first time that Shane, the guy who originally posted on it, and this was before I had started modding myself, and he was like, "I'm making a mod for this." I remember I dropped everything and just went, this is the coolest feeling in the world. Because you watch people you care about play these games, and like you get excited to wanting to share the experience with. Like, gaming is a very social hobby, and especially in our generation, it is a huge part of the culture. And for a very long time, we were left out of that culture. So to be, one, able to participate in the culture, and two, able to bring it to other people, it is a really, really nice feeling.
It's rewarding.
Yesterday, someone texted me and was like, "I have always wanted to play Oxygen Not Included. I've put in like 400 hours. This is the perfect game for me. Thank you so much." And I was just like, I couldn't stop smiling all day because like it's
such a beautiful feeling. Yeah. It's very amazing.
And that's the thing. There's all this untapped potential, and I think that's going to take us into our final question for the panel, really, or our final main question. And you've kind of already sort of looked towards it, I guess, for lack of a better description. What are you most excited for in the future of this space? What would you say you're most excited for? Other than, of course, making people, including yourselves, smile at the thought of other people putting hundreds and hundreds of hours into a project you've worked on.
So one of the things I've been most excited for, I think, I know Rashad would agree with me, is it actually happened while we were preparing this panel, which was Slay the Spire 2 came out, which
with 600,000 concurrent users on Steam. It was like a huge release.
Yeah, whatever it was a big number. Yeah.
Yeah, it was massive.
4 days after the game came out, the guy that was modding the original Slay the Spire released, or at least released like a beta version of his mod for Slay the Spire 2. So we
And
were
when he
literally...
modded, oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, when he modded the original Slay the Spire, for context, it took him a year.
Yeah, and it was pre-AI.
Yeah.
And it
was pre-AI. He did it by hand when it was first released. It took him a year.
And this was
He
4
did this
days.
in 4 days.
We were able to play the game the week it came out. That is almost unheard of for
I can't
most
think of
games
a
of this.
single time that it has ever happened with a game at that scale.
Short of like I mean, something like
native.
Last of Us Part
Maybe The
2,
Last of Us
which
2
has,
is the
Forza,
only sort of
maybe.
comparable.
Like sort of,
But like that's it.
For the majority of mainstream games, I think is what we're saying.
Yeah.
That it is unheard of, and the fact that I joined in on that because I had the original Slay the Spire, I played a fair amount of that. It's not usually my kind of game, but I enjoy the atmosphere, the vibe, the ridiculous damage numbers when you can get those to happen. You know, combinations of cards, and you're like, "Oh, that enemy's just gone completely out of existence. That's great. One less problem." You know, that kind of thing. Those moments of "Yay, I did it!" Being able to dive in, buy the game on a cheaper price because I had already owned the original as well, and be like, "I
Oh,
can
I
go."
forgot they did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, "I can go and
It's
test
very
this
nice of them
mod.
that I get credit.
I can go and test this mod and be like, yeah, this is great." And you know, yes, there'll be holes, there'll be bugs, there'll be, you know,
They're the same bugs
you
everyone
can
else
play
experiences.
I can play the game. I can go into work the next morning and talk to my gamer coworkers and be like, "Hey, I made it to the Act 1 boss last night on my first run. What did you like?" That social
and they're still
experience is so
they're
beautiful.
still talking about it. I'm so used to getting to play a game 4 years after everyone's moved on, right?
Yep.
And then I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm finally," and they're like, "Oh yeah, let me try and remember what that was like." And
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
now we are
People's
part
eyes
of the
kinda glaze
cultural
over.
zeitgeist.
Yep, they glaze
Yeah.
over. They're like, I don't really remember this anymore. Yeah.
No, exactly. Or they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm sure that was really hard to get through
Yeah.
or whatever." But the fact that we are all able to talk about it within not even a week of release, and
Yeah.
the fact that, you know, yes, the mod's having to be updated, but we are playing alongside the early access things, commenting on stuff where people are like, "Oh, this card's broken," and we're like, "Yeah, we know."
Yeah, we agree.
You know, it's
Yeah.
a great
Regent
shared
is broken,
cultural
and it is.
cultural touch point.
Yeah, and like I think this isn't the first time that AI has sort of revolutionized digital accessibility. You know, a couple years ago, suddenly we were all able to look at screenshots, which was also quite
That
huge.
was amazing too.
And I don't think it'll be the last time that it revolutionizes digital accessibility. Like I think as much as AI has, you know, interesting
cons.
and horrifying side
It
effects.
is a divisive topic. I
Yes,
think is-
let's just leave it there. As much as it is a divisive topic, I think that it has generally
In this instance,
leveled the playing field quite a bit
Yeah.
digitally for the blind.
Yeah.
And it's got interesting conversations started because don't forget, these mods have innovations in that you could utilize as a part of your own development with native accessibility. So let's say you're not sure of how could I do a scanner for a story-based narrative adventure or whatever it happens to be. You know, like let's say a person's making a turn-based RPG or a colony management game or something like that. You know, any number of other things, or a deck builder. You know, we have now these sometimes refined versions of existing setups that you can now go through and be like, "Oh, I see how this works." And those didn't exist
think
before
it's-
necessarily,
yeah.
other than
It's kind of like
just
case
ideas.
law for
It
accessibility.
is literally that is exactly what I was going to say. It is also, I think, very difficult if you are a sighted person to sort of envision. Again, I'll use Oxygen Not Included because I worked on it, right? It uses colors for everything, right? You know, it highlights different parts of the map in different colors, and like we had to figure out ways to do that. And some of them are auditory, and some of them are speech, and it's the kind of thing that I think like a sighted person without serious experience of what it is like to use assistive technology would have really struggled to envision. But because, you know, it's our lived experience, it is quite sort of
Almost
intuitive
intuitive, yeah.
for us to come up with
Potentially,
these designs. And, you know, now we are able to sort of put those designs out into the world, and maybe, hopefully, that is of some benefit to those working in the mainstream towards accessibility.
right? Because as we said before, we are not able to or interested in doing this kind of work
Forever.
sustainable. I mean,
Indefinitely.
it's
Yeah,
not. Yeah,
indefinitely.
it's not sustainable, and it's
There will be a point where, we don't want
right.
to be responsible endlessly for the same game 5 years down the road.
That's
We
the
need
thing, we
something
don't want
for
to
it.
have we don't want to have to be stewards of these titles when let's say a remaster of a game comes out that's already been modded and it adds a bunch of stuff in, like cool
Oh
new
God.
content or whatever.
Yeah.
Then
Or like, what if
Yeah.
you do a yearly one, like the football manager games, which I was looking into? You're just gonna
Yeah.
keep doing it every year? Oh God.
there's so many things where it's like there are games that we would love to play, but the barrier to even modding these for whatever reason, there are multiple reasons as to why there'd be barriers, whether that's yearly release cycles, whether that's the fact that modding these games is sometimes extremely difficult anyway for whether that's engines, whether that's how the systems are put together, all sorts of reasons that can come into it. But the fact of the matter is that people don't want to have to be toiling away at these games just to make it even function. What we would love to do instead is just sit down, play these games day one with everybody else, with accessibility being baked in from the start, thanks to feedback
That would be a
from
dream.
all of these
It would be
knowledgeable
amazing.
people, consultants like myself and everybody else, but people who've also worked on these mods, because you need multiple perspectives, multiple valuable, insightful perspectives like that from all across the player base, from casual to, devotedly hardcore players of your games, to make accessibility as robust and useful as possible. And I think that's the dream that we all share. I'm not trying to speak for everybody here, but I think we would all agree.
Oh, I think we
with what you just
100%
said.
agree with you.
100%.
Yeah, agreed.
1000%.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
the
thank you all for
yeah.
the opportunity to participate in this.
Yeah, it was wonderful to get to
Absolutely.
share these views with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, with that though, we can end off. I mean, given these AI discussions are going to be happening for a while to come, I think, as people discover what can be modded, what can't be modded, what they want to mod, what other people might want to have modded. There's been discussions happening of all sorts of iconic games as of recently, some of which
And
I'm
if-
playing at the moment, which are
Yeah.
amazing.
And if you're interested in those discussions, the three of us, after meeting for this panel, now have a podcast.
And this is what I was just going to ask as the final question. Well done. Where can people find you if they want to have further discussions of this? Feel free to plug your socials, etc. And of course, the podcast as well.
I don't have any socials to
Yeah, I
plug.
don't really have any
Remember.
socials either. I mean, I might
Yeah.
set something up. But our podcast, which as Rashad was saying, is called To Slop
To
or Not to
slop or
Slop.
not to slop.
It's very informal. We just talk about AI stuff, sometimes gaming stuff. We haven't technically published the first episode at the time of this recording, but by the
But
time
it will be,
by the time the live panel happens, the recording will be there.
and there will be multiple episodes.
Yes.
Yes.
So-
That's great to hear. That'll be interesting to see how that all transpires. And I'm sure as part of the description for the talk or whatever, there could be links to other resources as well, potentially. To if any other things come up
We'll arrange that. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
afterwards, if we have any other ideas post call as well, post recording. Yeah, sorry, was anyone else going to say anything, or
Nope.
just okay? Yeah, in which case then we will leave this panel here. If you want to find me, I will. Well, actually, much like the rest of the panelists, I think I will be in the Discord. I will have attempted to be answering the questions to my past self.
Yeah, I think we'll all be there
Oh,
doing
yes,
that.
we will all be on the
Of course.
Discord,
We'll all be
hopefully having already answered your questions.
trying our best to do so at the very least. But if you want to find me, you can find me as Sightless Combat, SIGHTLESSKOMBAT, on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Blue Sky, all those kinds of places. And of course, you can find me at www.sightlesscombat.com as well. If you want to know what RNIB are doing, and if you want to send inquiries there, you can send gaming@rnib.org.uk an email, or you can, of course, type in RNIB DFEG in your search engine of choice too. But I want to thank everybody at GaConf for organising this great opportunity. It's been an honour to be a part of this panel. And here's to the rest of what is hopefully a fantastic conference. Thank you very much for watching.
Yes, thank you.
There was so much amazing content. I've got so many notes on here. I want to open with I think the title of a podcast being To Slap or Not is absolutely fantastic because it's as Rashad called out in Discord, AI has some terrible instincts when it comes to what screen reader users are actually interested in having. But I also want to call out the amount of work that particularly gamers without sight, blind gamers, put in to play games. So I am someone who does enjoy a mod or two. I have obviously downloaded custom costumes to play with in Baldur's Gate, but there are times, even as a game dev, using fairly basic mods, I have issues matchmaking. So this is a really high level of entry. Even with this tool unlocking the ability for more mods, using these mods can be extremely difficult, and they're not for your entry level gamer, right? Like if I tried to tell my mom how to use a mod, she's just not gonna play. And it doesn't mean she wouldn't game. Like my mom is the #1 Pokemon Go player, I'll tell you right now. But that's so much work. And as it was highlighted, having them do all of this work is largely unsustainable. And native accessibility is really going to be the absolute key. You know, it's great that gamers are able to do this and use these tools now, but it's still far from ideal. And as Antonio called out in chat, like any tool, it is up to humans to make sure we're using them ethically. And I also really liked how Ian summed it up in Discord as well. You know, it should be cool. I didn't realize that such awesome things were possible in terms of games, but now that I see that AI slap, I know we as game developers could totally do it better natively. And with that, we have finished off our first panel of the day, and it is time for a lunch break. Or for those of us who are a little crazy and watching from the Pacific time zone, breakfast? I don't know. It's still 5 a.m. So we'll be taking a break for about an hour, and then we will see you on the flip side. Of course, again, be sure to post your food pics in the Discord because I love seeing what everyone's eating. So see you on the other side of the break, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Hello. Hello. All right. Hopefully that was quiet enough that I didn't scare the bejesus out of anyone now that we're coming back from our lunch break. I hope that you had a fantastic time and got to enjoy just being able to watch this event from home or wherever you are. I mean, some of us looks like we had better food than others. I'm not going to lie, wobbly. A breakfast shake it doesn't look the most appetizing, but you know, it takes all types. And you know, I'm sorry, I did still manage to scare people. I tried to whisper. You know, we're doing our best out here. Well, now that we're back from lunch, the next thing that we're going to have is our 4 micro talks. So there are going to be 4 talks. They're all about 15 minutes long, covering a variety of topics, all amazing content. Now, the first one I'm really excited to share because you may have got to hear about a game that released last year that, you know, was nominated for some awards, but no one seemed to be able to play. Why would anyone make a game that was accessible to no one? Well, that's what we're going to find out in this first micro talk. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Ben, or Yamako. I'm a solo indie game developer, and I make games under the name /badgames.zip. Last year, I released an unplayable game. You might recognize that name as a nominee for the Indie Excellence Award at GaConf 2025 earlier this year, as well as, more recently, it's up for 2 awards at Debug Magazine's Indie Game Awards, the accessibility one, and then also the free games category, because it's free, the game's free. If you haven't played it yet, this talk will contain some spoilers, but I'll keep it really light, and at the end of the day, the game is extremely simple, so it's not a big deal anyways. You don't need to mute or click off or anything like that. But that's what this talk is about. It's about my game called an unplayable game. If you read the talk title and you thought that it was about discussing why developers would not add accessibility considerations and then that would result in their games being unplayable to tons of people, I don't know why they do that, but I know why I did. This talk is called Why Would Anyone Make an Unplayable Game? And let's get started. The concept for an unplayable game came from a conversation that I think we've all unfortunately heard many, many times before. This whole idea that accessibility settings and difficulty settings and easy modes all together, their mere inclusion, compromises the developer's vision for a game and its intended difficulty and cheapens the experience not only for people who use them, but also everyone who doesn't use them somehow. And I have a more charitable view on this topic that is honestly nicer than it probably deserves, but I think a lot of the time that perspective comes from a lack of understanding. You know, from people who have never taken the time to empathize with players who actually use and need accessibility settings, and they just lack the perspective to understand how truly awful it feels to not be able to play a game because of reasons outside of your control. And that right there is the whole point of why I made an unplayable game. I wanted the players to experience how it feels to have a game that is entirely unplayable because accessibility and accommodations were not a priority, or maybe not even considered at all during development. And furthermore, I wanted them to experience that firsthand to hopefully instill a little bit of that empathy and understanding and perspective that I was just talking about. But as you can imagine, a very straightforward accessibility settings simulator would not reach the group of people that I really wanted to reach with this game. That being people who have never considered accessibility or disability or why any of that matters at all when it comes to video games. And so I had to kind of trick them into playing it a little bit. To be clear, I don't think we should be lying about gameplay or misrepresenting our games in order to trick people into clicking on them, but in this very specific circumstance where I wanted to teach people about inaccessibility in video games, I figured the best way to do that, especially in a video game, would be to make them feel real frustration and helplessness as they struggle to play it, so that they can truly understand the problem with unplayable games. With that whole preamble out of the way, what is an unplayable game? Well, it's a pretty simple platformer. It's got running and jumping and momentum, but you can only interact with it with this on-screen controller, which you'll need to click with your mouse. That's the trick. It's fiddly and fairly annoying to interact with, and obviously you cannot press two buttons at the same time. So platforming is very difficult, to say the least. Players in Let's Plays and streams have struggled for minutes on end on these first couple jumps because of the controls, and they'll sometimes be able to get past a couple of them just by flicking their mouse really fast between buttons on the controller to try to move in midair and stuff. But there comes a point where you reach the insurmountable task of having to hold the jump button and the right button on the D-pad at the same time. And that's just impossible with the control scheme. So they probably will bang their head against those jumps for a little bit before giving up, and then they'll check out the menu, either because they're desperately searching for some kind of answer, or because they're looking for the close game button. Either way, they will probably see the accessibility menu, and if they check it out, they'll find a number of toggles and options that will make the game playable. There's some control assists in there and various game speed settings that make the game completely beatable with my impossible mouse-only control scheme. And it makes for a really cool eureka moment because the players had to experience the awful pitfalls of inaccessibility and also the solution that accessibility settings can provide. But that moment of pure, genuine confusion is only possible because I've lied all over the Steam page and the itch.io page. It's the same info on both. First, the description of the game is super short. Most of the text here is me bragging about not using AI and also talking about some bonus features that unlock when you finish the game. If you really read into it, you can maybe understand that there's some kind of time manipulation mechanic and that you're not supposed to brute force it like a normal platformer. But if you're just skimming it, because it's a free game after all, you won't notice that there's much off about it, except maybe you'll get the vibe that there's a unique control scheme, which there is. But also, all the gameplay on the store page is completely fake. This clip from the trailer is me running around as the character, moving smoothly like I would in Mario or any other typical platformer. However, that's just not possible in the game. If you want to move this smoothly, you need to turn on the timing assist function in the game, and that pauses it whenever you're not pressing a button. So movement like this is entirely impossible. I actually had to put together a custom character controller in order to do this with my keyboard to capture this footage. It's a similar situation with the animated line break in the middle of the description. The player's moving and jumping very smoothly, which, again, you can't do in the game because that would require holding two buttons at the same time, which, again, you just can't do with the mouse-only control scheme. If you're a dev, probably don't do this. I do think it is explicitly against Steam's rules, but they haven't gotten mad at me yet. Fingers crossed. But something that isn't against the rules is the capsule image and the title of the game, both of which come together to create this sort of air of mystery. It's not really clear that the game is a semi-educational game about accessibility settings, or even clear that it's a platformer. It's super vague. All of this comes together to hopefully trick whoever is randomly browsing Steam that day. The game is supposed to look slightly mysterious, mildly foreboding, and hopefully a little interesting, so they'll give it a click, not expecting anything out of the ordinary. At that point, the twist of the game's mechanics and the control scheme hits perfectly, making the player actually, for real, upset and frustrated at the game as they struggle to play it, which makes the whole point of the thing hit harder because they had to experience firsthand how bad it feels to not be able to play a game in the expected manner. What's really neat is that when you flip on the game's accessibility settings, it is still a really interesting game on its own merits. Platformers are typically a super easy game concept to understand. You jump on the platforms and you try to get to the end without falling off. But playing the game with the timing assist setting, there's no dexterity requirement. You don't need to use your reflexes to get through the game because it will pause, once again, whenever you are not pressing a button. And that turns this whole reflexes and quick reaction time-based gameplay of a typical platformer into a sort of spatial puzzle where every single input matters. And I designed the whole game around this. It is full of these very, very precise and tricky jumps that would be horribly obnoxious to play in real time. But when you have to analyze them and pick each input super carefully so that you not only make the jump, land on the platform, but also don't slide off at the end, it's been described as almost like making a tool-assisted speedrun or a TAS, and that makes me really proud because that's interesting gameplay that doesn't exclude people who can't hit buttons really fast. And I'm also hoping that when developers and designers play the game, they notice all of that. And they realize that when you consider accessibility from the start and all the way throughout development, it doesn't just turn into this set of features that are tacked on at the end of the game. Instead, it's a core part of the entire game's experience. For example, in my case, in an unplayable game, the whole concept of running around and the start and stop precision input-based gameplay stuff is inherently accessible to people who have those dexterity issues that would normally prevent them from playing other platformers. In other words, the game might appear to be a platformer that was made more accessible due to the addition of these accessibility settings, but in reality, it's a weird puzzle game that has accessibility at its core, because it doesn't require any timing or dexterity to play. Sorry for pausing, I completely forgot to say this part of the script in the original recording session, but I want to mention that I've heard from people who typically can't play most platformers, and they've said that my game was fun, that they had a good time with a platformer when usually they don't or can't. And that's so cool. I mean, obviously it's awesome to hear anyone is having fun with your game, but just the fact that I was able to make an experience for people that typically can't engage with the genre is really rewarding and heartwarming to me as a developer. And it's a reason that I'm going to be striving to really, really consider accessibility throughout the entire design process of all my future games. But to bring it back on topic, obviously this timing assist setting wouldn't fit cleanly into every platformer game, especially since other platformers aren't designed around it like mine is, but it would still be cool to see it pop up elsewhere in the industry. So many games are about quick reflexes and fast reaction time, but not everyone can play like that, obviously. And yeah, this super hot-like timing assist system is a pretty drastic change to implement, but when that's the difference that makes a game playable for someone, I think it's more than worth it. It's more than worth that effort, right? Cryonics Games, which is a sick name, actually tagged me on Blue Sky, saying that my game inspired them to add game speed settings to their upcoming game, Rollick and Roll, which is so far from a platformer. It's this fiddly game where you press buttons to move platforms and other platform adjacent elements on a track to move little cars around, right? Like a little toy. And the fact that my game made theirs a tiny bit more playable, even despite the massive difference in genres, it's awesome to see. Anyways, time for the conclusion. Now, I don't think the game is going to change the world or anything. I made it specifically to bring the experience of inaccessibility to people who haven't had to deal with it and wouldn't really have thought about it otherwise. And I hope that additional perspective helps open some minds a little bit, you know? And that's only possible because games are such a cool, special, experiential medium. Devs can tailor their games to give players a super specific and meaningful experience, and that's what makes them so cool. A single fleeting moment of feeling genuine frustration at this weird free indie game made by one person is super memorable, especially when compared to something like a just very informative overview of what kind of accommodations would be good for someone with limited mobility. A core gameplay experience that hits just right can elevate a game way beyond its mechanics. This game is the most simple platformer. I used a lot of code that I've used in a ton of different little tiny projects that I did in college. You know, nothing here is super innovative aside from a couple options that change the time scale or how input is handled. But the way it forced players to confront inaccessibility in a way that many of them had never even thought about before, That's why I was invited to talk to you today. Games can reach people in a really deep way that no other form of media can, but that takes a ton of effort to design for. But that effort is what makes weird, artsy games like mine work. That's how I made a statement that stuck with people. And that's worth it, even if you have to lie a little bit to make it happen. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to get back to work, so you keep watching and enjoy the rest of the conference.
I want to say, I think the key takeaway from the event is this talk is lying is good, but I don't think that was the goal. I absolutely loved what happened here, putting players in a position who maybe are not used to it of having to go through and look through accessibility settings so that they are able to play. When for gamers with disabilities, this is so frequently what has to happen. They start trying to play and can't, and then have to figure out if it can be adapted. But yeah, lying for the greater good as long as we don't tell Steam, all right? Shh. It's our secret. So we're going to be taking a short break and then we'll be back with our next micro talk. So please keep chatting it up in Discord and we will be back in just a few more minutes. Thanks.